Test. Oh, God, there's audio. And my banner was wrong. Hi there, amazing Bob. Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. No, I am streaming now. Please ignore the message that appeared just before. That was from my experiments yesterday. Cool. My banner is program isn't working properly. Hey Michael, how you doing? I'm got some new stuff I was playing with last night. So one of them is this banner thing, which looks a little broken. Well, let's see now. The next message. No! Why does it do that? The messages are going to come out semi-random. I'll fix that later. Hi there, Michael. Yeah. Oh, I already said that. Yeah. I'm good. I'm trying some stuff out. I'm going to be doing some work on the Phi programming language. Hopefully. Hal, I'm slowly putting Hal back together again and trying to get more automation going. So what I'm aiming to do is to be able to get Hal to change the messages and automatically stream things. But it's all a little bit... You can see on here what's supposed to happen, and I don't know why it isn't happening, but it's supposed to change that message while it's off the screen and go through the messages one after the other, but it seems to skip some, so that's going to be kind of a bit random. I need to check. Well, it looks like, though I'm about ready to roll, I need another. I have all these Sigwin windows. So amazing, Bob. Where have you been? How have you been? And more importantly, where are you? The reason I'm asking that is because now I try to make a map with everybody, so I know that we don't need to know precisely where you are, but roughly. So I know that Michael, and I instead of having it automatic, I'm sort of doing it each time, then I can try and remember where people are. So this one is Michael if I get it wrong, let me know. Michael Stevens on there, and this is Dino on the first one, and Amazing Bob. Now that's a name I remember from quite a while ago. Where? Did I? Oh, maybe I did. Yeah, but I have to do it again. And I don't remember if I saw you the other day and you told me. I'm afraid I've forgotten. Oh, or was it Manchester as well? I don't know. Anyway, currently this is where we have everybody in the world. What is quite surprising, actually, looking at this, is the distance between Manchester and Brighton. That's freaky. It's like compared to the size of the world. That's an appreciable amount. I mean, you think of the world as so huge, but that's the distance between Manchester and Brighton. Never mind. Right. Anyway, where was I? So I was opening up a new one of these. So I have four windows open. This one is running that Mona server thing, which does an RTMP relay. This is an FFmpeg streaming a looped video of a magenta background, while at the same time also adding the text, which you can see down there. This is the one that is modifying the text. Edinburgh, aha, cool. I will add your marker. We're getting good coverage around the what's left of the United Kingdom. It's like, I heard that they're building a wall across the English Channel. That's the latest news. It's like they're tired of the English, us English people apparently are getting tired of imagining everybody in Europe looking at us in a rather strange way, so we're constructing a great barrier. The Brexit barrier here. Well, it's a psychological barrier then. It's not a real actual barrier. Anyway, never mind that. So Edinburgh, that's all the way up here. Okay. And so that's the amazing. You sound like and some kind of act. Amazing Bob. Amazing. Sort of in a line. Look at that. All right. And well, I suppose I can try the new thing. Stream video. SIG drive Y video, and I guess we'll begin with Man with a Mission. Let's see if this works. Right, I need to. It's funny that, but for some reason doesn't think that exists. Maybe I have to quote it. No. Now I am getting annoyed. Like that. It says that file doesn't exist. What are you talking about? It doesn't exist. Yes, it exists. I am very confused here. Oh. Oh. How did I stream the videos last night then? This is interesting. So I'll get back to the file language in a minute when I've set up things here. So what is going on? I had stream. I remember setting up stream video so that it. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's a different command. Play full screen video. How loud is it? Is that thing when I... Oh, you don't have the desktop audio on at the moment. You don't seem to get desktop audio anyway. I've got some issues here. Beginning to look at this one. Okay, right now you're getting it. Okay, right. But anyway, I didn't need that really even. Right, so let's try this again. Sig drive Y video, and we're going to go with Man with a Mission, I said, wasn't it? Let's see if this works. Eventually I should be able to get Hal to play it.
I'm a man with a mission. 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 I'm a man with a mission.
And I'm just testing the automatic voice duck over thing, which is also working. And with this thing I can pretend to be a DJ. I've always wanted to be a DJ. I'm a man with a mission. I'm a man with a mission. Hello, mister.
I'm a man with a mission.
It came back. Yay! Well, there's the first successful streaming from the command line. Hello there, Mr. Unwondering. I do find that quite ironic that you've come here with that particular name just as I had my video of somebody wandering through wilderness. There's a lot of lovely stock footage on story blocks. That's where I get my videos from for my videos. So how are you doing, Mr. Unwondering? If you're Mr. Unwondering, it means that you must be staying in the same place. And of course, what we'd like to know is where is that place, so I can put a pin on my map for you. Just let me know, and It's also because I like to study the ley lines of the audience. Thank you very much. That's a track I made a few years ago in GarageBand on my iPad. It came out quite nice, that one. People like that one. London. Not my usual kind of music. I don't normally do electronica, but it's a thing of the moment. So here we go, Mr. Unwandering. Unwandering. No, wait a minute. It could be. Is it unwandering or unwondering? As in, you're not wandering or you're not wondering. And I'm wondering about your wandering. I wish I wasn't wondering about your wandering. I wish I was unwondering. I'm going to shut up now. Sorry. I guess it's it's wondering. You're not wondering. I read it as wandering, but as you can tell, this means that I have trouble with spelling sometimes. So we were wondering. Hi Zag, how you doing? We were just wondering about wandering. Yes, it was. We miss Mike. He did pop in right at the end of one stream. The last stream I was in, right at the end, he popped in to say hello. I think he's been a bit. I should take that off. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I said something, and oh well. We miss Mike. Yes, he likes to be called Garcia now. But if Garcia does show up, then there will be a thing down here in Australia. But Zag, the regular, so regular, Zag has a theme. So Zag will get his theme in a minute. I need to put his pin in. So Zag is in United States, in Texas. I'm not going to go much below that level of detail. Texas. Zag. How? Play Zag theme. That was a bit of a false start. I've got a problem there with my settings. I think I need to do an auto duck on. I don't know. Let's try that again. How? Play Zag theme.
Running Nugget Windows Server.
Okay, I moved you to Dallas. It's a guess. I can't remember if you said before. The garden. I am actually getting. I'm trying out a person for a mastering house to master the final mix. Simon found someone who's really good, and I liked what he was doing, so I'm going to give him a go. So this will delay the release of the garden, I'm afraid. So at this point, probably mid-April will be the next release. But yeah, sorry about that. Okay, right. So what was I going to do? Oh, I probably need more. You're going to have a look at the release, potential releases. No, well, yes. What that was mastered by Simon, and he's been mastering them. He also mastered God on the River, but he uses this guy to master his stuff, and it's good to get. It's a different kind of expertise. So we spend ages doing the. It takes a lot of work to get the tracks done, but the first step is to get the mix done, as it's called. Once the mix is done, then there's a final stage, which is just adjusting it for the the final adjustments, basically and that's called mastering. And so yeah, I'm going to give them a go at mastering the garden and see how that turns up. What we found is it can take quite a while for us to get that right. So it's worth a try to try someone else. The other thing as well is they make sure that it will work well on different speakers, on different setups and so on. So that's the story there. Hey Michael, does my family like my music? I don't know really whether they. I mean, music is such a personal thing. I don't even ask them if they like my music, to be honest. It's awkward. Actually, I don't think I even tell them when I release a signal. To be honest. Right. What was I going to do? If I'm going to Phi. Yes, it's the nested directory anti-pattern there. Anyway, in that, and then I can do tail dash F eStack state for debugging purposes. Yeah, you can tell I'm super shy, aren't I? I mean, it's one of those things. You do music. I'm passionate about music. I've done I've been playing guitar since I was a teenager, and then I would never have an audience. So my only audience would ever be my family in Italy, and then it's just awkward. It's like. It's just awkward. I think it's much harder to play play a musical instrument in front of family than it is to play it in front of strangers, to be honest. And then there's always that thing of the guitar. It's like you can just tell people tense up there's a musical instrument. Ooh. Just, oh my God, he's not going to play it. I tell you a story once. I went to meet a colleague of mine who was also a teacher who played guitar. And we met up in Breda at a small venue that was there. But they weren't playing at the venue, but we were playing outside. And it was just me and him, and we were just there having a little bit of a relaxing play together. Couple of beer each on there. That was fine. Of course, we were doing this outside. Now, this wasn't a problem. It wasn't, in fact, even busy. We were the only people, I think, at the venue at all. We were the only customers. But we were there and we were having a nice time. Until there came a group with a woman whose name I don't remember, who I later found out happened to be someone who was connected with one of the music venues, like the music schools around there. But this was only something I found out later. I really didn't know who she was, although I kind of vague memory that she came to a jam session once, but whatever. And so just picture this. There's me and this guy whose name I've also forgotten now, and we're just sitting there and having a good old I can find his name if I remind myself. Right now I can't remember the name. Yeah. So we just play, and so they come along. Do you think they join us? And so maybe they're going to. Of course, it gets a little awkward now because now we have an audience. Well, we really just wanted to play, So we carry on doing our thing until eventually there's this voice that comes out from the group. It was her voice, in a very kind of stilted way, it was like, now is it time to be doing something else? What? Basically, she was tired. She was telling us to stop playing. It's like, dude. Of course, the fact that later on I found out that she was actually connected with a music venue, with a music school, just added. It made me laugh. It's like a joke that was told over a very long period of time. It was probably like 2 years later I found. It's like, hello. We got together to do a little thing, have a little relaxing little thing like this, and you come along, and now I guess you're not centre of attention anymore, madame. You're centre of attention. Bye. Oh, man. That's the kind of awkwardness I like to avoid, The one of outstaying somebody else's welcome. Amazing beard. It's a lockdown beard. But thank you. I never really considered that this was an amazing. But this is one of the reasons I grew the beard, because you see me without a beard. Oh, and I see a picture of myself without a beard now. I find it. Okay, so who is that? What is that? Is probably more what comes to mind. There's good protection, especially from padding on the jaw. Someone decides to beat me up. So there we are. I don't speak football to many people because not a lot of people have the science of football. Yeah. Anyway, there we go. How Open Fi project. Really good job for Hal. How Open Fi project.
Opening.
That's better. That doesn't look like Fi project. That looks like the System 1 Infinite Runner project. Okay. So where was I? How run program. The cube has appeared. It's running some kind of program at the moment, but the cube is not moving. And the reason the cube is not moving, this is the cube up here, is because of what I need to do next is the Fi project. I'm going to go and test Fi. Do I like Marvel movies? Well, you know, who doesn't like a good superhero movie? The problem is finding one. But yeah, why not? Why do you ask? So this is my Fi program. On begin, make graphics cube with whatever name was passed in, and then on begin, blah 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 blah, and there is a rule that needs to be added, and this is this rule. It would be good if I could see the rules. Do I have a VM state? I don't know. That doesn't work any at the moment. Variable state all. So let's just do a quick test here. If I comment out that one on change cube pos dot x cube pos y cube pos z update position cube. Now, all being well, how run program, the cube should move this time, which it does. You can see it moved off. This is because this rule basically says when the position of the cube is modified, update the position in the viewer. Yeah, what's your favourite Marvel movie? And so what I am doing now is I'm looking to have that rule automatically added. Because I had to add it manually. It needs to be able to add this rule when I make the cube. Now, the rule to verify what's going on, I probably want to dump the rules. dump to state file. Oh, I do have one. And it does dump the rules as well. So where was this be called? That was in here. I'm going to call the function execute with tick. Inside a loop that never ends. Dump to state file. HAL stop program. And I think what I'll do is, well, this one is showing the execution stack. I don't think it's fine, whatever. I need to get another one open. Oh my word, I'm going crazy with my Sigwin. Oh, wait a minute, why did it fail? That shouldn't happen. That's really annoying that happens. Well, one way to solve that is while true do sleep. Yeah, if it's a, yeah, that one. It was a bit overcooked. I thought. So I kind of understand. I can understand why people might think that it was a bit overcooked. I mean, sometimes you can just try too hard, you know. But it was still a good film. So, what am I going to do now? CD 555 Delilah. Fail -F. So, right, this window here, this one should be showing the rules in the thing. Yeah, so I should be able to see if it added the rule, because, just to recap, the way the Phi programming language works, as it doesn't have a program counter, it doesn't have any control flow statements, it just works by triggering changes in state on changes in state. That's basically the summary. So when I do on begin, at the beginning of the program, it says make cube and passes in cube as a name or as a reference. So item then has a reference to cube, and at the beginning of this function it will call make graphics cube, which is the graphics library. It creates a cube in the viewer. And then also at the beginning it sets the position of the cube, and it also adds a rule that on when the function is called at the beginning of this function, it's going to add a rule, which is this rule. And what should happen is that it's like a template. So whatever item is, which is a reference, becomes dereferenced as this is executed. No, as this is created. So that then from that point onwards, we have one of these rules. Now I've done everything for this up to the point of, I think it puts a rule in, but it hasn't. It needs to actually dereference them. I'm kind of surprised though that we didn't get any kind of errors, so I need to understand that. Well, let's see what happens. Hal, run program. Ooh. It actually stopped and said not implemented. Now, why didn't it do that before? Maybe it did and I didn't notice. Ah, superb. No, not superb. Annoying. This is not implemented. I used to have a rule to string implemented, and obviously I took it out because I must have refactored something. Now, a watch index is not a member of rule. Let's have a look at. Oh, all right. Let's have a look at rule. Yeah, there's actually watch indices. The reason is because I changed the way this is implemented to be a list, so I'm going to have to modify that. Hi Zag, my banner about music project should be at the top, uppercase only, and with the font a bit more bold. I don't know what to say. I thought it was good. I thought I did a good job. How many more sales do you think I get if I do that? I need a, I need a plan. I need to know what the business plan is on this modification. Unfortunately, it's not an easy one. Tell me, why do you think it should be at the top in uppercase only and with the font a bit more bold? Right, so what I want to do is go through a list of these. Where do I need to pay again? You don't need to pay at all, because we're all paying all the time. States at current context. This is hovering over my inspirational quotes. Oh, I see. I'm so sorry. I understand now. Okay. Uh, uh, what's the quickest way to solve this? There. How's that? I ain't a designer for nothing, though I do find it a little annoying about that yellow thing. So I guess what I could do is add a filter, the crop pad on the bottom. That was the first solution. That was the emergency solution, which was to get the emergency resolved quickly, and now this is the more complete solution. And what it means now is I have a little slot under here. See, what this does allow me to do is to point when there's a particularly good quote, although zags are always going to be the best. What was the integration with Radio Radion? Radio Radion. I did have that radio station, Radio Radion, that I set up at the beginning of the lockdown as an experiment, but I ran out of steam on that one, so I shelved it. But I was thinking it probably is time to bring it back, although I'm probably not going to pay for the licenses to put live music on. To put other people's music on, but I can just use it for my music or music I've got permission for. But the idea is that I've been experimenting with automatic live streaming, so it would be quite good, I think, to have almost like a TV station. Now, I was looking at this, and in YouTube you can really do it. There's nothing to stop me doing that. So now I have a way of playing videos from the command line, in the same way as I had a way of playing music tracks from the command line on the radio station. So maybe then I can get a simultaneous broadcast between the radio and and YouTube, but I'm just looking at ways of doing stuff. The other thing is that I was looking at a bot, so that so that it used to be on my previous stream, that was when I was streaming on Twitch, I had a hook into the IRC, because Twitch uses IRC for the chat, and so I was able to make a bot that ran on my computer locally, so that meant that people could get Hal to say things and so on. So give you the opportunity to talk to Hal yourself. So I'm working on bringing that back. A Radion playlist on Spotify, yeah, why not? I mean, that would be good. I could do that. Just one of the many things I could do. I'll have a think about that. It's a good idea. Right. So, where was I? Watch indices. If I go through each of the watch indices, I can go through and do this for a watch index. How run program. How run program. What's a little disappointing here is that it doesn't seem to have printed anything. Oh, wait a minute. It is printing stuff. What happened? Oh, I needed to scroll down to the bottom. So inside of make, right, I get it. I'm going to just scroll this up. What we can see in here, I don't know if you can read that, but this is the context of the global context, and this is the context inside of MakeCube. There is a rule add begin, and the rule there's a change rule. Looks like the rule, maybe there's a problem with printing. There is a rule there, but there should have been a rule added to the global. Ah. Right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start with commenting out that. How restart program. So when I run it that way, this window's updated. Just see, I don't see. There's a rule on the change of frame count. There's only one change rule at the global scope. Okay, now if I put this back, how restart program. One of the things I could do actually, especially if I get if I find people who bands that don't mind me using their music on my stream, then I can also put them on and be a DJ from time to time on the stream. But anyway, if I'm running that, then you see it didn't manage to add it. I'm not seeing. It really made no attempt to add it. I need to check what happens when it executes the evaluate add begin. If I put a breakpoint in here, we'll see what happens. It's not Radeon with an E, it's with an I. You might miss the point about Radeon. It's like it was Radeon. So of course it says radio N, but you see the other side of this is that at the end the Dion is like almost Dino. In fact, if you just turn the N and the O off around, you would get radio radio Redino, and all you need to do is go from on to no, which reminds me of a very funny thing in that Wallace and Gromit film, that last one, the one with the space thing. Oh, hilarious. I mean, just there was a thing to do with the word no that it was really, really funny. Radin means super cheap in French. Well, that's actually true. This is super cheap. This is your free entertainment. Goodbye. Or say au revoir. Sorry, but you see, that's pretty good, because the French thing is, because if you had like the classic, the best waiters in the world, by all accounts, I think everyone would agree on this, by far the best waiters in the world are French waiters. And I do have this secret desire to be a waiter. It's just that's about that. You go and you take the order from the clientele. You take the order, and you understand what their requirements are. You see, people sometimes laugh when I say it'd be great to be a waiter, but they don't understand that this is as a result of me having worked for 40 years in software. Because one of the biggest problems with software is having good requirements. Ah, dear me. You need to know the requirements in order to make the thing. I sense a rant. What's this about getting girls? I don't understand that. Maybe you should explain that. Maybe you shouldn't explain that. But anyway, I sense a rant coming on. The biggest problem in software development is actually having good requirements. If your requirements are clear, then there's very little risk involved. People don't understand this. Very often the people who want a piece of software made for them are involved in software, manage programmers, promise things to clients. They often, not always, but very often, what happens is that there's this idea that with a kind of vague specification of what is needed, you can get what you need. The problem is software development is an exact science. I know it is. It's absolutely an exact science. But the development of software isn't. The process is not an exact science. But the artifact itself is. Because it's a formal program, for it to work without any bugs, it has to be absolutely 100% specified. And this is very difficult to do if you do not have a very clear set of requirements. And I do wish that this was better understood. I think there's an argument that we need to sort of have education about what programming really is, because I can tell you it's not typing. It's something much more complicated than that. The main job of a programmer is to, first of all, to understand the requirements. Once you've understood the requirements, then you can build the thing to meet the requirements, assuming of course that the requirements do not change, because there's the catch. If the requirements change as you're building it, then you build to a plan, and then you find the plan changes, and then everything you built is wrong. Of course, unless you want to build for all possible changes that you could have to the requirements, and you can do that, but it will make the thing more expensive, and it will cause it to take more time. I remember once I was working with someone, and what they would tend to do at some company at some point during my 40 years, what they would do is that they would create a specification of what they wanted, but they were not very good at all at ensuring that the specification was actually complete, or shall we say decipherable, and the result was that the project would end up taking longer than it should. I mean, also because estimates were based upon vagaries, they just did not understand the importance of the person doing the construction work of the program understanding 100% what was needed. And part of the problem there comes from being careful what you wish for. So they would say, oh, you want, you'll say, can you just do this? And you see, the thing is, the phrase, can you just do this, will make a programmer cringe, because can you just do this? You could follow the literal thing that they said that you should do. But unfortunately, they don't understand some of the consequences of it, because in a moment, if you're good at your job, when someone says, can you just do this? This is what happens with me anyway. They say, just do this. It goes in, and immediately my brain is processing the request against all the other realities, like schedule, or budget, or the technical constraints, and that will pop a problem. And the problem is actually can be sometimes not a problem that's direct, but a consequence of different requirements of the projects clashing in some way, or some undesired consequence of what seems an innocuous request. And these things it's not good, because how do you explain that to someone? To them it's simple. They just want to they would like to wave a magic wand. To them it is a magic wand. They don't know what you're doing. You're a programmer. They don't know. So it might as well be a magic wand. So what you do, one of the things you can do is just literally give them what they ask for. But you already know what's going to happen, because you give them literally what they ask for, and you know that this is going to cause a problem that you've already foreseen. And then when they see that problem, they're going to give you one of those looks as if it's your fault. This is a big problem in software. You've got to get your requirements right. The more work you put on the requirements, the better the actual development work will go. And I'll go as far as saying that is the hardest part of software development, is knowing what it is you're trying to build. And that's so tough. it's like, as I often like to tell, it's that story of the family that got the 3 wishes. And I love this as an example of this problem. You could see the genie who granted the 3 wishes is like a I will do exactly as you tell me, right, programmer. So the first request was, they wanted some money. Classic. They asked for a sum of money. And the program, genie, spell, executed the program. And they got the money, but they got it as compensation for their son dying in an accident at work. So unfortunately, they didn't specify any kind of criteria around or ways in which this money should be obtained. And so that was obviously not really what they wanted. And so at that point, it was very sad for them. What are we going to do? And they had the thought that, because they got the money about a week after their son had died. So it's like, I know, we still have 2 wishes. So this story is, in fact, really, you could consider this to be the worst case example of agile, actually. But so they asked, respond to client needs. They asked for something. They wanted their son back. So that's what they asked for. In the middle of the night, they suddenly heard this strange noise. There was this wailing and scraping sound, and it was approaching the house. Sort of this point, they put 2 and 2 together, and they said, we've still got one more wish. Let's wish that back where it came from. Because of course it was their son. They didn't specify the manner or which he should return. That's software development. It is the job of the programmer or the technical lead or someone has to step in. The question is who. But someone has to step in and sort that kind of nonsense out. You've got to understand the intention behind the request from the client and look after your client. And this is really tough. Just make it work, as if, okay, I can do that, but you won't like the result. Well, why not? And you try to explain, well, if you do that and you do this, and the person playing the game is going to be disorientated because of this or that, or I have a concern about how we're going to lay this out or that out, and what about on the screen, the user interface, and how we're going to deal with localization. And when you've been in this game for a while, you just know, it's like, can we add a new, can we release this game now in, localized, when nobody ever said anything about localization. These things happen as a common one, and it's all like, just hits you. Oh, right. Well, now this is going to impact that, and this, and that, and that, and that, and now German language words really long. How do you sort of truncate the words. They really don't like it. They really do not like it when you abbreviate words. It causes problems with the layout of the thing, and we've designed it up to this point with the criteria that we were given. That we never really, yeah. So of course, what you do these days is that you always, if you're smart, even if the client didn't ask for it, you suspect that it might happen, so you design that in. You know, it's, you have to look after your clients. So where I'm going with this, or coming from with this, is the fact that if you're a waiter, this particular really difficult problem is much simpler. You take the order from a menu. There can be a little variation in there as well. Okay, that's fine. There can be little problems to solve. Keep your client happy, keep the customer happy. Figure it out. Balance the requirements of the kitchen, the temper of the head chef. You know, I don't know. Balance this. Yeah. Keep an eye on the delivery time. You know, it is a production job, but it's a joy because at least the requirements are clear. And not only that, but the client pays for it right there and then. You know, and you also get a thank you, or at least you get to see whether they want to thank you. Your service, you provide a service and to people who are actually there, not like with software, you're providing a service to people you'll never see. There's a lot to be said for being a waiter, but the best one of all is having clear requirements. You know, and if you screw it up, it's only your fault. You didn't ask the right questions, or you didn't record the information properly, got the order wrong. Well, okay, that's fine. But it would be, software development would be rather like having a customer that says, well, I'm a very fussy eater. The only thing I can tell you is that I'm particularly fond of fish, but I'm a very fussy eater. Can you just rustle something up for me? Just or where it's a list of different constraints, but the actual core essence of whatever this is, there's no clarity on that, and you're expected to get something that the customer will be very happy with. Yes. So there you go. Stop with requirements. Received an email today for work making a point, not responding before 9 a.m. Well, that's a professional approach, you know. Companies expect people to be professional, and I think a very good way of being professional is to only work the hours that you are paid for. Otherwise, you can argue. Now, I'm happy to work extra hours when needed, but also when you're at a certain level, you know, it goes with the territory and you're well compensated. But, you know, so leaving that to one side. There is a point. The point is to work professionally, is to not work at an amateur way. So if people are unnecessarily working out of hours, I consider that to be a professional thing to do, is basically what I'm saying. Why not? If it's an emergency, there should be an emergency channel. That would be the professional way. I don't know. Michael may have gone now. I have no idea. Was that not a good rant? Did that not meet the requirements of a good rant? Where did it go wrong? I don't know. I like your article about ops with the ants picture. What's that? Oh, the articles. Yeah, I was thinking of writing more articles, but you know, who's going to pay for them? Yeah, I basically I write articles when I feel like it. You know, it's because it's not a job. Anyway, but I digress. Can't remember which one that was. Which article was that about ants? Was it on LinkedIn? I don't remember. It was some post that I did. Articles. Oh, this one. Process is king. Oh yeah, that's funny. Why do you do the things you do? Is it because you carefully weighed up the pros and cons of a decision? You are probably saying yes. Ask anyone this question, they will probably automatically say yes. After all, to say anything else would likely not reflect well on you, would it? None of us would like to admit that in fact our decision making is fallible. But we can boil it down perhaps. People will answer yes because most people answer yes. Yeah, as in most people answer that they've carefully weighed up the pros and cons because that's what most people answer. The point there I'm making is like ants following each other. Yet there is a huge body of work that shows that people are not very good at making rational decisions. For example, here's an interesting article from the New Yorker, Why Facts Don't Change Our Minds. That's always an interesting one. See, this is all a bit of a taboo subject because the problem is, you know, the problem is that when people read articles like this, or you know, this particular thing about why facts don't change our minds, and of course it's not even recent research, by the way. You don't have to have recent research. In 1975, researchers at Stanford invited a group of undergraduates to take part in a study about suicide. They were presented with 2 pairs of suicide notes. I'm going to read the whole thing. But yeah, once formed, the researchers observed dryly, impressions are remarkably perseverant. And it is true. What happens is people they absorb information and they use it to shape their model of the world. We like to predict what will happen next. The problem is that we become attached to the model. When something appears that contradicts the model, we reluctantly change the model. What will happen more likely is that whatever this piece of information is will just bounce off. This is why first impressions are so important. You know, first impressions are terribly important because it's very difficult to change people's minds about anything. I was working with one one place where there was a leader who had that issue. You just knew that anything that happened, when it happened, it was indelible. And then you have to actually, it becomes quite difficult at that point, if you're aware of it, because then you feel the pressure, because you know, indelible mark. You know, there's a certain truth about that with everybody. Among other things, research shows that prior information is sticky and influences our decision-making process even after it's shown to be false. It also shows that people gain comfort from following the herd to tend to hold views strongly when the subject is approached superficially, yet temper them when they're forced to explain their reasoning. So Brexit is a great example of that. Yeah. Hold views strongly. Have strong views on a superficial discussion, but be less sure when you actually go into it wanting to explain the reasoning, which is why people are often not very comfortable in explaining their reasoning. You know, when it is a superficially held thing. Not everybody is like that, and everybody isn't the same on all topics. I'm sure that on certain topics there's different. You know, I'm reading my article here. Do you think you are immune? Because that's the thing. When people hear this, immediately they think they're immune. They think it doesn't apply to them. It applies to us all. It applies to me too. You think you're immune? I'll let you into a secret. I don't think I am immune. It is clear that people naturally do not think in a fully critical way before making decision, and that has to include me. So I don't trust myself. Now that's something that you should not say. You should not say that. Yeah, if you say that, but on the other hand, you should say that. I do say that because I know exactly what I mean by it. I mean that I'm a human being. And so I'm fallible. I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. And that's all. So I like to have processes that catch when I make a mistake. And in fact, this is not something that is that strange. I mean, you know, if you're an airline pilot, there's a lot of very good processes involved that have been refined over all the years of aviation to ensure that people don't make mistakes. You know, you can say, you've got to make sure that the landing gear is down before you land. How hard can that be, eh? But the problem is that pilots are fallible because human beings are fallible. The fallibility is a strength, in a way, which is another interesting point. If we were like we'd be more like machines if we were infallible. This is a philosophical point, but more, if we were totally infallible, we would be like machines. And the problem with machines is they would never evolve very far, because the very fallibility of humanity is the thing that allowed us to actually become what we become, because we explore through that fallibility. But I digress. As a whole nother thing. Basically, human beings are human beings, and so they are fallible. And so you have a process, you have a checklist that includes the obvious thing of make sure that the landing gear is down before you attempt to land, along with all the others. Right? So it's that, really. And that's what this article is about. Now look at the facts. If you take on board all those studies that have shown how hard it is for people to act rationally, would it be rational to blindly trust yourself? The decision-making process of people needs some examination. When I see people behaving in groups, I'm reminded of ants. Ants follow trails. This is pretty much all they do. They seem to be coordinated, but the algorithm for their behavior is remarkably simple. I'd like to do another simulation. I did one decade ago for educational purposes. I should do another one because they're fun. They just follow chemical trails laid down by other ants, and the probability that they go in any particular direction depends on how popular a particular path is. That's it. I suspect that this concept forms the basis of all intelligence. There is a balance between following the trail and leaving it. Both are needed, but there is a clear bias towards following. It works really well because it allows exploitation of knowns and the exploration of unknowns. However, there is a real danger with this popularity-based decision making. Take a look at this video. So it's something that's known as an ant mill. So what happens with ant mills? Well, they get stuck in a circle following each other by the same algorithm just described. They will circle around and around until they die. It's an ant psychosis, but it's nothing but a result of the ants following each other. They have no idea of what is happening, and unless someone breaks the cycle, they will run in circles until they die of dehydration or hunger. And the way you can set up an ant mill, if you're cruel, you just need to start getting them to swirl around in a circle, and then they all follow the same pattern. The algorithm has a vulnerability, and sometimes, and it happens naturally sometimes, and to wipe out the whole blooming thing. That's probably the most likely way that humanity actually wipes itself out. Everybody just blindly following each other. Might the trick be to avoid being too much like ants? There is something we have that ants do not. It seems that we're able to notice such destructive cycles and even sometimes break them. I put it to you that this is the essence of the entire problem of the human condition. It's all there. Left to our own devices, people tend to follow trails left by others rather than think for themselves. However, there are a minority who want to leave the rat runs, if you pardon me mixing metaphors, and these people are essential to our survival. Interesting point is we tend to mock them, criticize them, say that they're a bit crazy, ridicule them. We seem to be actually quite active in our society at trying to stop people from doing this. And there's a kind of an interesting question about that. It could be that in itself is an evolutionary trait of humanity, which is there because humanity needs the majority of people to be following trails in order to survive. So it's kind of like a very interesting push-pull dynamic. But I suppose we're supposed to be trying to evolve or rise above just pure blind evolution, aren't we, as human beings? So maybe it's a good idea to bear in mind that all those crazy, eccentric people, or whatever, should actually be respected. The ones that have the courage not to follow what everybody else does blindly, because they're the people who ensure the long-term survival. Without them, we'll never find new things we need, such as sources of food. This reasoning comes from the ants all following each other all the time, right? Yeah. Well, if they followed each other perfectly all the time, they'd never find any new food. So what if the ant that falls off the trail, it's actually just by chance? It's just they miss the trail because at some point it just happens, and then they're lost. And the process of being lost is the process also of searching for new things. If established popular trails become too strong, eventually destructive behaviour will be unstoppable, and this will be resolved in a rather brutal way: disease, starvation, or war. After such events, it is possible to rebuild, but it is only a matter of time before it happens again. We see this pattern in society, in companies, in cultures, and probably also in ourselves. Is there something we can do? The way to stop an antmill is to impose an external discipline, such as inserting a barrier that breaks the cycle. If we're going to really be more sophisticated than ants, then we must create a framework that provides a guide on how we should behave. And there is something that we can do that ants can't. We can create a culture that applies constraints to our behavior. What is a culture? I would say it is a process of interaction, right? It's a process. It's actually more strictly the definition of a process of interaction, I should say, perhaps. But anyway, you get the idea, I hope. So I said earlier that I don't trust myself. It's true. I try to appreciate myself, nurture myself, respect myself, listen to myself. When I talk to myself, I rely on myself. And this is what I also try to do with others around me, to appreciate, respect, nurture, and listen to them, to rely on them, but in a very specific sense. I don't trust them any more than I trust myself. This is very important to understand. I mean this in a very specific way. You know, as someone who's had the accusation leveled at me that I do not trust. It's very important to understand this. There's a different kind of trust that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about trusting people, you know, as being trusting people as being that they're safe to work with, or trusting people in the sense that they're not going to abuse you, or trusting people in the sense that, you know, they will do a good job, or trusting people in the sense that they're not going to throw you under a bus. It's trusting. I trust in it, and trust is very interesting too, because trust doesn't exist if you test it. To actually trust someone in that sense, right, means that you don't test, because if you do test, then it's not trust. Trust is quite complicated. When I work with people, I trust them. If I then find that something happens that throws doubt on the trust, that is, that I trusted them in a way, and then I find that the way they behaved did not match the trust, then the right thing to do at that point is to try and address this. The attempt to address this after it happened is not a lack of trust. The trust happened when I let them get on with whatever they were going to do until it came up that there was a problem. See, I've had weird conversations with people in the past. It comes down to this misunderstanding of what trust is, where they've confused one thing for the other. That the trust happened. And I'm actually addressing an issue because I did trust it, and in fact it turned out that the trust was misplaced. But even then it's not personal, because it could be a communication problem, and most of the time it's a communication problem. What I'm talking about with the trust here is trusting that things go as expected or intended or as desired. It's not a personal trust, it's a depersonalized trust. A trust that has to work within the context of the whole thing, not just the individual. Why is it that teams have leaders? We could just say that teams don't need leaders, we can trust them to get on with it. So then why is it that we find that leaders are important? They're important because people need them. Teams need them. Otherwise, the team doesn't share the vision. You get a fracturing of vision, a fracturing of purpose, a fracturing of intent, a loss of trust. Because a leader is a person who provides a basis of trust, ultimately. There's someone who looks after the trust. But where was I? I tried to blah, 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 blah. put it very specific, I don't trust them any more than I trust myself. And that's the sense that I mean it. It's like I might trust myself to do what I intend, but how do I know that my intention was actually the right one for the circumstance I'm in? How do I know? I do not trust myself on that. I do not trust that I have a 100% grasp of the situation. I do not trust that because I know that that's making assumptions. That's the wrong thing to trust. I'm not going to trust that I have... I'm not going to trust that I know everything I need to know to make my decision. What I'm going to do is check. Once I've checked, that's not trust. I checked it. This is the point. You see, it's a wonderful thing. Hey, Garcia, how you doing? That's the thing about trust. Is like this is. I'm going off topic, but there's people don't understand the meanings of words anymore. It's sort of like trust. Really dig down into what the word trust really actually means. And that's the essence of what this article is about. I'm using trust in a very specific way. We are all human, we are all fallible, and this is not a weakness. I believe such uncertainty is built into us as a way to protect us as a society from destructive cycles. It's a fundamental evolutionary adaptation that goes all the way back to the ants and before, but we like to think that we're more than just evolutionary machines, and I argue the only way to actually do that is to define and hold a process of interaction for people, a code of conduct, a constitution, laws and so on. These things which must also be adaptable and have a process to govern their adaptation are the way to build a culture with specific values and goals. If we are forced to define leadership, I would say that a leader is someone who looks after the processes of interaction within a community and helps to create the code of conduct that defines what it means to be a member of that culture. That's identity. So it is with nations, companies, and also individuals. In a very real sense, when we start to impose a discipline on ourselves, we are leading ourselves and becoming more than trail followers. The only thing I trust is process. And if it turns out my trust was unwarranted, then it just means the process needs rework. Ultimately, process is king. Now, this view that process is king, I know there are places where they would take that phrase, process is king, and go, what are you talking about? We need people to be able to make decisions for themselves. Well, yes, if that's your process. It's sort of like, it doesn't mean that the process needs to interfere. If the process interferes, it's a bad process. I wasn't saying ultimately bad process is king. This is a bias I've seen people fall into. They think that because maybe people sometimes have had bad experiences with bad processes, and so then they try not to have processes. And so you end up with a situation such as, we just have a flat hierarchy, we just all get along, as a process. And that can work. I'm not knocking it. In fact, when you're in a smaller team, it can work very well. But at a certain point, the nature of human beings being the way it is, as teams get bigger, that doesn't work anymore. You need to start having some kind of structure. You need to have some kind of hierarchy. About hierarchy, people, they cringe at that word as well. Why? Well, maybe they have bad experiences of hierarchies, but when you think about it, you have to define what the hierarchy is. It's not a hierarchy of, what's the word? A prestige hierarchy. There are people at the top, the leaders, they have all the prestige. Everybody else doesn't have the no. You don't have to have that. I mean, you can have that if you want, but maybe that's not really important. You can have a hierarchy of getting things done. You could have, that one of the problems with the hierarchy is where nobody can do anything unless it's been signed off all the way. That's not actually a hierarchy. I mean, it's sort of like a hierarchy, not really, because you could actually say it's a process that works in a hierarchy. Okay, but the effect of it is not a hierarchy. The effect of it is actually a single person that leads everybody. Because if you had that one, it has to go up the chain and be signed off all the way up the chain. Then in the end, every decision in the company has to go through one person, and then it's not a hierarchy anymore. So the point is I suppose this goes back to Alan Watts's thing of human beings having a problem where they confuse the menu for the meal. We confuse the words for their meaning. When I say ultimately process is king, my point is it's king because you haven't got a choice. There's always a process, even if you don't think there is. Even if you say your process is to have no process, it's still a process. And that process is actually the thing that in the end will determine how you perform, whether you like it or not. It will. So that's in that sense, I mean, process is king. It's not like you have a choice. The identity of your company, the identity of yourself, the identity of anything, of a project, team, whatever, in the end is formed by process, which you could say is a set of rules that govern behaviour. What are you if you're not the rules that you use to define yourself by? This goes back to my idea on design, the design constraints integrity idea. Do you design yourself? Do people design themselves, or they just happen? If you design yourself, what you're really doing is saying, what are my non-negotiable constraints? What are the things the lines I do not cross? The things I must do and the things I must not do in order to be me. You want to define yourself? Get a sheet of paper, or find out who you are, get a sheet of paper and write down all the things that you wouldn't do. All the things that you would do, that doesn't really help define you, because that's a never-ending list. What about the key pillars? Define the key pillars of the things you don't do. Like when Google went and said, do no evil. Yeah, that's very important. Why did they get rid of that? Probably because they didn't like that constraint. I think it's very telling they got rid of it. Why? Wouldn't we like to know? It's possible that it's just got rid of because someone there basically thought that it was silly. Oh, but it's not. It's not silly at all to actually say that. It's a statement. It says who you are. Will you always follow? Are you to say, I will always follow through? Well, maybe sometimes you can't. You do your best to follow through. Always. Is that down on your piece of paper? Is that in your list? You work in a team? Always put the team first? Those are my rules. Always put the team first. Hello, I'm going to put the team first.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, I'm going to put the team first. I put the team first. The things that I think about in a team, when I'm in a team, is I put the team first. Because that's trust. That's trust. That's the real thing. That's the real trust, to put the team first. It's to say that slightly different kind of trust, but it's very important. It's real trust. It's the trust that you're a member of the team, and as a member of the team, you've got the team's back, and the team has your back. as you need not fear the team. And in fact, you know that if you get into trouble, the team will help you, because that's it, isn't it? So if you're really in a good team, you will put the team first. Because all for one, one for all. You put the team first because the team supports you. It's a bit like if you are on a ship. You're a team on a ship. Like the crew of a ship. What's the most important thing on a ship while you're sailing it? Yes, it's the ship. You always put the ship first. Always. Because the ship carries everybody. And if the ship goes down, everybody goes down. Put the ship first. Now, if you're on a crew that's dysfunctional or toxic, but I put the project first, the team first, for this reason. That's part of who I am. And if I ever behave in a way that doesn't do that, it hurts, because I've hurt myself, like chopping a finger off. It's a very old-fashioned way of looking at it, but it's very true, I think. That's what's happened. You've changed. That's one way to change yourself, is chop something off, and you've changed yourself, right? You know, if you define yourself by this set of rules and you break one of the rules, you've changed yourself. Maybe you want that change, maybe you don't. Sometimes the rules that you change are for the better. Sometimes you live by a certain set of rules and they're not helpful. This is your process is wrong. If I use the broader meaning of the word process, right? Ultimately, process is king in the same way as your identity comes from your non-negotiable constraints. So as a leader, you might fool yourself into thinking you're in charge. Oh dear, I wrote that. I put it on LinkedIn. Oh wow. Well, okay, yeah. As a leader, you might fool yourself into thinking you are in charge. Some leaders swagger and shoot from the hip, and clearly their actions have some impact that reinforces the idea that they're in control. Sometimes this can work. Randomly messing about with trails and barriers and so on can result in finding something new and valuable, and such leaders have their place. I'm not mocking. They do have their place, because it's a form of random search. And so some innovations that we have are thanks to that approach, you know, though perhaps at a very high cost measured in the suffering of their workers. Yeah. But, you know, price of progress and all that. Essentially, such leadership is without process. However, and the outcome essentially random. So I was saying there is always a process. In this case, it's like an anarchy. You know, there are always rules, even in an anarchy. If you were to say in an anarchy, the rule is to have no rules. Yeah, there are always rules. There's a little bit of a weakness in my article there. I would have to go and correct that just to clarify. But anyway, whatever. The influence of such leaders is usually a little more than a result of chance, and there is not much to usefully say about such an approach. It is not something that lends itself to analysis or strategy. Yeah. You bumble around, eventually somebody's going to have success. Of course, one of the most common things that happens because success through good fortune does happen. This is also a bit of a taboo subject. Successful people, we tend to think that success is always due to skill, and it isn't. You can have skillful people who are never successful, and successful people who are not skillful but just got lucky. The problem is that they might then think that they are skillful afterwards. Now, don't tell me this never happens, right? I mean, and you could say that it's not something people like to talk about, but it would be irrational to suggest that it never happens. I'm not saying it always happens. I'm not making any comment about how often it happens or who it applies to. But we would have to agree, right, quite rationally, that this does happen. Some leaders might go to the other extreme and believe in self-organization, as demonstrated by the ant analogy. Ants do not have a leader. The queen ant is nothing more than an egg-laying machine, which might be able to adapt the percentages of different types of ant which are born depending on the environment and status of the nest. The effectiveness of the coordination is quite spectacular, and all without any central control. And I have to say, I think it's a beautiful thing. I mean, it's just incredibly amazing, that effectiveness of something without a central control. And it's an area I'm very interested in. However, even without a central decision-making entity, ants are effective because there is a clear process in their interactions with each other in the environment. Each ant has got a little program, in effect. This process is ant culture developed over millions of years of evolution. There is a big problem in trying to directly apply this to people, however. If you try, you will be relying on human evolutionary patterns developed over millions of years to cope with a very different world to the one we live in now. We have evolved socially much faster than we have evolved physiologically. We are not ants because we actively build on our culture beyond the limits of our evolved behaviors. It is likely that evolved automatic patterns of a behavior in people are unsuitable for most modern operational goals, and the mix of old behaviors and new situations might encourage the appearance of the human equivalent of ant mills. Because we're not really living, our evolution has let's put it this way, our evolution has prepared us. I say we're not really living was a truncated sentence. When evolution has not prepared us for the modern world, because evolution is slow, and the modern world is a fairly recent thing in terms of evolutionary timescales. And I think that's a lot of the problem that we have as well. So, when we decided to outgrow our programming, this was one of the prices we had to pay. That now, instead of just being able to sort of be like ants, and the ants in an ant mill, eventually they'll all die. Eventually the ant nest will die, but that's okay, because then there's another one. And the whole cycle just keeps going, and things just happen, and everyone's just humming along, right? And it's great, But we wanted to get out of that. We wanted to do more. What we wanted to do was start actually controlling things, the environment, ourselves. This gets interesting, because that's really what the story of Adam and Eve is about. In that when we were innocent, we just lived, probably in a state of just perpetual bliss, without really even worrying about things, because we didn't have. That's like the idea of, from Alan Watts, the idea of a moth. We don't suppose that a moth really has anxiety about, in its life. It just flies around, and it's not worried about burning up in a candle. It's not a thing in its mind. There's no news reports, no figures. Today, 5,000 moths died on candles. There are no news reports to sort of create that kind of angst. The moth has been a moth for millions of years, and likely, millions more. Maybe just fewer varieties in the short term. But it's sort of like we lived like that at some point. I mean, come on, if you accept, I think the theory of evolution, pretty damn good theory, actually. So if we accept the theory of evolution, then we have to also accept that there must have been a time when we were less evolved. And if there was a time we were less evolved, there was probably also a time where we didn't really have angst in the same way as we do now. I'm not saying that wasn't suffering, although if we were to say that there was suffering, then we must also admit that animals suffer. So this is a bit tricky, all of this, because we like to pretend that we're not animals. When it suits us, we pretend there's a big gap between us and animals. But I mean, if theory of evolution, we evolve from animals, then we must have quite a connection to animals. We must consider ourselves to be actually animals, right? But the difference is that we're animals that are trying to control the game, whereas before we were animals just playing the game. And that shift between just playing it to trying to change it is actually what the story of Adam and Eve is about, because that was the tree of knowledge. It was the tree of being able, that gave the knowledge of being able to change from being just playing the game to actually trying to modify the game. But we do that, but evolution is not catching up. So if we're going to do that, then we're going to have to be pretty nifty in our thinking about how we deal with the fact that in an evolutionary sense, we're lagging behind. So what happens is, as we get more and more complicated world with more and more complicated things, is that we find that we have to juggle more and more things. The complexity of keeping everything going just increasing as it will, until eventually we expire. But this could be just through complexity, but this could be actually just the natural process, in the same way as a flower, buds, and then eventually it will wither and it will die, I mean, you see, we could be just like a big flower, and it's like that's it. That's what we do. We reach that stage, we start trying to modify the game, and then we discover and create wonderful things. And that's the thing, and blooming, and eventually off we go. But I digress. So, ants do not have a leader, right? Process, ant culture, right, yeah, no, I've covered that. Okay. So, more disturbingly, it is possible to control the destiny of any large group by directly laying down false trails with a specific purpose. So this would be alluding to the idea of actually trying to modify the game instead of just playing it. This type of manipulative leadership can be very effective and is very much at the front of modern politics. That's exactly the way modern politics works. They lay down trails, they get everybody to follow them. As people follow the trail becomes more popular. The more popular the trail, the more people follow the trail. I'm sure you can see what I'm saying here. Could this be the right way to go if you want to lead an organisation? Although it is tempting, it is ultimately substituting group knowledge and wisdom with the intentions of a small group or even a single person. The result is going to depend on how benevolent or malevolent, wise or unwise that leadership is. I think we have enough historical data to show that this kind of leadership generally has highly undesirable consequences because, as noted in the beginning, all people have a tendency to act irrationally. By the way, on the thing about all people have a tendency to act irrationally, it sounds a bit harsh, but just need to temper that with the reality that we cannot know the consequences of decisions that we make for certain 100%. Most of the decisions we make in this complex world have such confusing and complex interactions that, just like the butterfly effect, chaos theory, we can't predict it. You can't know. Is this person that I have just met, going to be perfect for me or not? What happens if I engage in this activity or relationship or whatever? In the end, you have to go with a gut feel. right? You just do. You go with it, and you need to have faith in it, because there's no way you're going to know for sure if it's the right decision or not. Very few decisions, in fact I would probably say no decisions that we ever make do we ever really know if it was the right decision or not, because there could be consequences. So you might have thought it was a good decision, but what you didn't know is that if you'd taken this other route, then something else would be better would have happened. You just don't know. So in that sense, all decisions that we make are irrational. I mean, you could say that they can be rationalized in terms of probability, but at a certain point, you know, how do you know? And that's part, you have to factor that in to the whole thing, you know. So what you've got basically then is, if you have a leadership which is so basically what I'm saying here is that those leaders who are laying down the false trails cannot possibly know all of the consequences either of the decisions which are being made, and they might be able to understand what happens in the short term, but they've got no idea in the long term. So what should a leader do to avoid the pitfalls? The effective leader must understand that they are never really in charge. Process is always king, whether you like it or not. You can pretend otherwise, but eventually the reality will force itself upon you. A good leader is effectively more of an advisor to the king than the king itself. Is an advisor to the process. A good leader works to define the processes of interaction, culture, but those processes of interaction are always in command, and the leader should be as much bound to them as everyone else. The development of this culture is most effectively performed in collaboration with those who are expected to follow it, right? So if you're a good leader, what you do is you build this process up, but you do it working together with the people who are expected to follow it, and you're expected to follow it too. It doesn't work if the leader is the exception. Eventually that will break down. In society it might take a while before that breaks down, but eventually it will break down. The process of interaction, encompassing codes of conduct, dispute resolution, process change, management and so on, define the constraints of behaviour of the members of the group in question, and individual membership of the group requires those constraints be adhered to. Code of conduct. To be part of a group, you need to follow the group non-negotiable constraints. The non-negotiable constraints that define and give the identity to the group. If you want to call yourself one of them, you need to follow the non-negotiable constraints. It's really, really simple as a principle, but people underestimate often how important it is to have that integrity, because without it, things just start to go really bad really quickly. This method of leadership allows the creation of rules of interaction that can compensate for undesirable natural tendencies in human groups and extend the capabilities of the entire group beyond that which is possible through base evolutionary behaviours. We can be more than ants if we make process king. There's a delightful paradox here. Well-chosen constraints can liberate, and perhaps this is the fundamental signature of effective leadership. So basically, you know, what I'm saying there is also an idea that I'm really fascinated by, is the idea that constraints can lead to freedom. Now, I don't mean that in the doublespeak way, because I can see how that could be used in doublespeak. But there are, in the absence of all constraints, what you have is the absence of identity. And in the absence of identity, it's actually not possible to do anything. I mean, anything meaningful. For something that you do to be meaningful, some identity must be must be involved, right? And it's in that sense that I mean that. So there you go. That was quite interesting to read that. I haven't read that in a while. That's something I wrote 2017. Yep. I think I agree. I still agree with most of it. I think that some of the emphasis, maybe a little bit, I would change, and I would say that there are some explanations. I think it could be misinterpreted as a. But you know what? If someone wants, they can misinterpret anything you say. I imagine there'll be people who would be turned off immediately because I said process is king. I don't know. Anyway, thanks for bringing that up, Zag. That was fun. Good to see you, Garcia. We're like ants playing in the playground. Oh gosh, what is that with the ants and God on the river? I don't know. Anyway, where was I before we got to that? Oh, must remember. Hal, play Garcia theme. Hal, play Garcia theme. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hal? What happened? Hal has died? Oh, I probably didn't. I've hardly used Hal. I think I have Hal on the wrong. Well, wait a minute. Windows speech recording device. That's correct. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Oh, you've woken up now. Well, that's good. Thank you. I'm not so impressed with you today, I tell you. Are you just sort of sulking because I was ignoring you? And I carried on talking after you said hi. Hal, play Garcia theme. La 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 la. Any vowel rules? I have one entry, which is and so if I do that, I have to get the rule, which I got it. I just think I'm not seeing it being added. Oh, no, it has been added. Ah, I wasn't paying attention properly. Let's just see. Hang on. I've got too many windows open. Okay. Right. So what I see here is this rule has been added at the globals. Oh, it added the rule in the wrong scope for a start, because that's why I didn't notice it before. It added it to make cube. Now the rule needs to be in the global scope. I've done hardly anything on Phi, but that's the way it always goes, isn't it? I need to take a break. So I tell you what, while I take a break, let's figure out what videos do I have here. That's organising this. We can do oh well, we could try despot measures. There we are. This was actually funny because despot measures was actually it's totally appropriate given what I was just talking about, because part of the inspiration for despot measures were the antics of the Kickoff Association. When there were various sort of complaints going on, people trying to organise events and so on, and it felt like, you know, choosing where the event would be and how decisions were made, and it felt like what was needed was a constitution. So actual fact, this is true. And so of course I was so bold as to suggest this matter, and that went down like a lead balloon. So I suppose they chose to just carry on having petty squabbles all the time about things instead. So this really annoyed me, and inspired me to write Despot Measures, which actually came from a comment on the forum by someone there. I can't remember their name, but they just said Despot Measures, and I went, oh, I've got to write a song called Despot Measures. This is it. all of you. Yes. That, I wonder, did it come through? It might have come through kind of doubled. I just realised. Because it should really mute, the desktop audio should be muted, but I'm going to have to fix that. Just bear with me a moment when I do, because I've started experimenting with auto ducking. So what should happen is the main, it's on here I think, we're going to filters, compressor 2, this one. If I copy that, I should be able to add it to desktop audio. A compression which, when full screen video is playing, mutes this channel. Well, we'll try it. I'm going to just give that a go because I want to just see if it does that properly this time. Yeah, I will stop it. I won't play it all the way through because we just had it, but it'll just play for a moment while I just check with the desktop audio ducking works. I love it. And then I can turn on this as well. Look at that. This is getting professional. How do I stop it? And the desktop audio is probably back and my microphone's back. So what happens is that while the video is playing, because I don't have headphones on, the microphone can pick up what's coming from the speakers, and so it ducks, basically makes the microphone, turns the microphone off when it sees audio from the video, and I just made it do the same thing with the desktop audio. Otherwise you're hearing the direct music from the video, and then you're also hearing it from the computer playback, and then the two things will be cancelling, interfering with each other. What is it with this palm mute anyway? Oh, and that reminds me. Gazia. How many worlds do we need? It's wraparound. It's added the rule to the wrong context. Get at current actions. Get current rules. From state. go to the definition of this. From current context. If I do that, will I get an error? Can't have default parameters. Well, I've got to refactor this anyway. So what I actually need to do is go to the definition of current actions, which is here. I need to make another version of this. String context get current actions on it's really I'm gonna have to do that with all of these. It's horrible. Well, this is where you learn. No, that one is fine. All of these need to be, because I'm adding the rule to a different context. Well, the thing is if I can get it to work, and then that's fine. Then I'll do a refactoring. Better to refactor things when they work. And this is just signposting some things. The functionality for being able to have a program modify the rules of the program. I don't know, Mike. I'm sorry. People keep, from time to time, I've got people come to me and say, can you do an interview? Can we have an interview? And I try to talk about it with them, and I try to be willing, and then I can't bring myself to do it. I might be interested in some kind of longer term attempt at a longer term partnership, or sort of collaboration is a better word, a longer term collaboration with people. Might be up for that, but like a one-off podcast. Why would I do it? I mean, I think the problem is I've got no idea who the audience is going to be. You know, it's supposed to change that. The text is supposed to change while it's off screen, but there's a bug. I don't know, I'll leave it like that for now. You can see it change when it's... I had this thing set up so that it would figure out when the thing was off the screen and then change the text then. What do you have in mind, Garcia? Let's try building that. There would have been a time when I was like, oh yeah, this is it. Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I'm just like, no, I'm not. Yeah. You know me. I don't even stream with any intention of having any viewers. I mean, but I'm glad that I get some, because then otherwise it would be very sad. It'd be, wouldn't serve its purpose. I mean, its purpose is to motivate me to do something, I suppose, and also I can force feed some of my music. String S. I mean, I wouldn't have got anywhere with Phi if I didn't have in mind some kind of streaming with it. Uh-oh. Why does it not like this? Oh, I modified. I needed to make a new version. I had modified them, so I have to modify them back then. Oh. How compile program? Well, like I say, oh, what happened there? Not really interested in a one-off. I'm not interested in doing something because of the number of views. I'm not interested. That can't be the reason. I need a reason. I need a reason to do it, and the reason is not the number of camera just died. And it's still dying. Why it does that? Okay. Well, if he was to do an interview on a channel with 125,000 subs, which sounds like a lot, but the reality of it is that, I mean, I've got like 1,000 on my channel. people who will actually be looking at a particular video because they're subscribers within one day of that is going to be at most top end 20. That would look at it maybe within a period of a week. Let's be sort of generous and say it was 50, which I really don't think it is, because although you've got a certain number of subscribers, the subscribers are not really real. They don't. It's only a small percentage, a tiny percentage of the subscribers who actually will look at your videos. So we're looking at, I'm going to take it as a 5%. So we do this like Drake's equation, 125,000 subscriptions, but the number of people that are going to see the video within a reasonable length of time, and it needs to be within a reasonable length of time because the others who see the video don't really care. So we're talking about 6,000 views ish within a week or so. 6,000 views for people who might care about the content. Now, of those, there will be at some point some kind of... Oh, my camera died again. It's because it got moved. It's I think there's a bad connection in it. So anyway, continuing with my calculation, of this 6,250 people who possibly care, there is going to be at some point a link, and the links in the videos are not really, you can't click on them. There'll be a link on the thing which will probably be in the not visible unless you click on more. I would estimate that if that's the number of people who watch, the number of people who actually go to my site as a result, ballpark, compare it with other figures, like who gives thumbs up on somewhere between 0.5% to 1%. I'm going to be generous and call it 1%. So of those, we're going to multiply that by 0. Oh, hang on, where are we? Yeah, come on, there we go. And then we multiply this by 0.01, and so that's 62 people who would go to my actual channel, and of the 62 people who go to my channel, we could say that probably 5% of them might ever come back again. So multiply 0.05 as 3. I'm sure I'm not dissing what he does. I mean, I'm sure, but I'm just looking at what's in it for me. It's 3. What's in it for me are maybe 3 more subscribers. So what the cost is a bunch of material that's not under my control. So and a bunch of content of mine that's not under my control because it's no longer my content, and I have to actually do the interview, and then I run the risk of saying something that becomes controversial or attracts the wrong kind of people. I've already got a resident thumbs downer. Every video I do, get almost, they go there and they thumbs down the video. I'm sure it's all fine, but the point I'm making is that it's not really for me, because it's like it's a lot of effort for no real it sounds 125,000 subscribers sounds like a lot, but it really isn't. And on the other hand, it's the project that matters. It's not I wouldn't do it, but I said by itself, that's not the reason to do it. And to put it into context, even if there was someone with 1 million subscribers, if I was to get a shout out from someone with 1 million subscribers, I could expect 30 new followers. It sounds like a lot, but that's the but it isn't. That's the painful reality of the social media Drake equation. This gap at the bottom here is annoying me. It wouldn't matter. It's not. I am. Hang on a minute. Let me see if. No, well, thanks for the suggestion. I'm not knocking the suggestion, but I've been doing videos and streaming now for about 15 years, and not got really anywhere with it at all in 15 years of doing it. So I just put anything about growing the stupid things I do completely out of my mind. It's just like the same way as I do when people say, why don't you make a new player manager, or why don't, yeah, it's just like I just, yeah, same. I don't live by that anymore, that idea that I can do anything meaningful. I'm not really a man with a mission anymore. I'm a man nearly missing. There, that's better. What mini podcast series? What do you mean by that? Hal, compile program. Hal, go to next error. Hal, go to error. Hal, go to next error. I'm not saying it right. Oh, Hal, next error. That's already defined. Ah. How compile program. Hal, run program. Hal, run program. Okay, so we can see now it has actually placed the change rule that was added has been placed in the global scope, but it's not successfully expanded. So I now need to make it so that it actually writes the correct rule in properly with the expansion of, or the dereferencing. But I'm not sure exactly what I need to do to make that work. I'm going to have to push back the watches. Well, I look at the template, I can see in the rule template, and there it is. In terms of execution stack, oh, that's the update. Okay, right. That's the rule that will be executed. These are the watches. The watches are just X, Y, and Z. So what's gone wrong there is that you know, it did not put, it's put X, Y, and Z in without looking at the this didn't do anything. Well, in fact, all of this is not there. It just says X, Y, Z. What that should be, because I'm calling this with cube, a reference to cube. And see, unlike other languages, you can have a reference to something that doesn't exist, which is how the construction works. Because it pass a name in, pass a reference to something that doesn't exist yet. That's good for a clash by. Oh right, yeah. So I can detect when that problem occurs if you use something that's already exists. Yeah, name clash. You try to construct something that already exists, then it can just sort of tell you. But it's part. The name gets passed in, or the reference gets passed in, and then this is a dereference. That one is a reference when you put the at afterwards, and at before is the dereference. And so this should be cube.pos.x, but I can see it there. It's lost the cube.pos. It's actually literally not in. It's literally not in the rule template. I can see that it's not in the rule template. Here, just X, Y, Z. So this problem comes down to how the rule template was parsed and constructed. So I need to take a look at that and fix that. I don't know. There would need to be some kind of idea. How about having a podcast series where we have in-depth discussion about computer science for video games? How about advocacy of better ways of working? I don't know. How about asking. How about a thing where people ask questions about technical questions about video game, or technical and design questions about video games? I don't know. I can come off with a whole list of ideas, I guess. Ideas is not the problem. Ideas, it ain't the bottleneck. Finding people you can work with, that's the bottleneck. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
I can work with you. I think the reason why I've got Hal is just so that I've got at least Hal on the Radion team. I'm getting a bit cold, Hal. Hal, turn heater on. Hal, turn heater on. Hal, please turn heater on.
Turning heater on.
Oh, thank you. I always forget to say please. Did my camera die again? I'm getting sick and tired of this ruddy camera dying every 3 ruddy seconds. I don't care whether the seconds are ruddy or not, actually. It could be any colour. Deactivate, activate. Right. We have activated the camera. Let's have a look. Use the Luke force. Right, visit children. Add watch expression. Ah, indeed. It's this line. Let's try this. Expression construction. We have a list which consists of an X and a pause and an item. I don't understand. Expression construction. What's confusing me about this is I only got item, pause and X. These things are the path. Right now I'm only taking the end one. That's going to be a bit of a problem because I need the whole path. But the weird thing is...
Oh, that's amazing. Welcome, humans.
What did you think I said, Hal? I didn't say anything. Or you just... We have viewers.
Oh, that's amazing. Welcome, humans.
I should remember to say that when viewers come, because then they might hang around a little bit, just like, you know, waiting for the next time Hal says something. Reminds me of George, the seagull. Every day, George is there. He's waiting for food. He waits by our window to get some food. And he's got his partner as well. So she's there as well. Well, we assume that he's George. I don't know why. It could be it's the other way around. I don't know. But always there. And they make the sounds similar to the sound that the chicks make, asking for their food. It's quite yeah, it's quite nice though. We practically got a pet seagull. That does sound like a great idea. Well, that's the thing. It's like we're just all a bunch of people milling about on this planet, trying to avoid each other most of the time. Everybody's doing their own thing. Okay, what I need to do is I'm working on adding this expression on thing. Add rule template. Okay, let's put a breakpoint there. We can go here and do that. And go add rule template. If we go into here, we can get the current rule template and see what it says. In watches, yeah, it's already constructed it. That's not that helpful. On finish, on our change, on visit watches, and W expression, W expression. It says finished, and it adds the watch after it visits. I'm a little confused. Let's see what happens if I do this, because that's the point where it adds the watch. What is my constructed expression? Why am I holding this finger up in the air? Oh no, that's visit watch expression. I need add watch expression. Let's try this. Ah, yes. There are so many great ideas, but so few. Then item pause. What's confusing me is I don't seem to see any I was expecting dot operators. Oh, maybe I changed it so it just puts them, it must be putting them just on the stack as a list. It is, that is what it's doing. Well, in that case, what I need to do, because it's been a while since I looked at that, who would want to, who I'm having trouble taking life seriously. So I'm having trouble taking myself seriously. I don't know if there's anybody out there who would, I just can't do. I can imagine have a serious. And today I'm going to interview. You know, if I was to do interviews. I feel like Victor Borger. I've been watching him again. I used to watch Victor Borger when I was small. And he was a very good classical pianist. But then he started doing comedy. And he was very, very funny. They say that he regretted the move away from music to comedy. How that evolved. But if you think about it, it's like, I don't know why I started what. Well, you know, it's the algorithm, the AI algorithm. It went and it said, you need to watch Victor Borger again. And I said, okay, AI, I will. And he plays very little piano, and just is funny the rest of the time. So I can see a connection here, but only limited. The connection is that I seem to spend very little time actually programming. And a lot of the time trying to be funny, or at least mildly interesting. I feel there's a connection. What do you think? Huh? Lenny? Yeah, hey. You never let me down. I can recommend Victor Borger. If I Discord PM you a list of what? What list? Victor Borger would make a joke at this point, because we all know about list. What kind of list? If I do my export can't finished thing on here, no, it's wherever it was, where I took the one thing on begin watch, on change, visit, double expression, blah blah blah. This one. What I need to do is to turn a list. The cogs are turning. Not very impressively, but they are. What I need to do is turn that array into grown a string with the path. I just need to prove this I'm so close to getting this to work, and if I can get this to work, there will be a refactoring afterwards. But it's that thing of like, I'm very close to the finish line, and as I get closer and closer to this finish line, I seem to be slowing down. This is a well-known phenomenon, which is you're trying to do a little part of a project or something, and as you get closer and closer, it sort of pushes you back. But this only is, it's not a problem with projects I'm paid to work on, I find. Then I just keep going. But if it's a hobby project, I'm definitely getting that, because I'm getting slower and slower the closer I get to this. It's practically Zeno's paradox. The denomation, dominion, the Dino, I don't know, people to talk to. You could have a go. Here's the rule. I can't ask anybody anything anymore. So I'm not going to go to, it's just my constraints I work with. I cannot face going to someone and saying, hey, would you like to do... No, can't do it. Cannot do it. I cannot do it. Because my days of trying that are over. There are some people I have famously failed to even have a chat with. I won't say who they are, but yeah. So really, I'm a bit stuck, I suppose, because I'm not really going to ask anybody, and at the same time, I'm not really being very responsive to people offering. I'm just a grumpy old so-and-so now. But, you know, I find that just being a grumpy old so-and-so is really comforting. It's really, it takes the pressure off. It's like I don't have to try, you know. You know, keeping yourself to yourself means that you're never having to say you're sorry. Yeah. Oh, that reminds me, there was someone, I received a message from someone who wants to do some kind of documentary or whatever, and shows you how uninterested I am, that I forgot about it until just now. It was just a few days ago. It's like, once I received something like that, I'd have been going, sure thing. Now it's like, meh. Hi there, Scott. How you doing? Where are you? Welcome. Where are you from, Scott? I'm slowing down in my programming even more. Actually, it's like I should just call this Distracted Dino. I want to put a pin down for you, Scott. I don't remember where you are. Maybe you've not said anything and there's no way for me to remember. Currently, we've got... These are the people who've said hello so far today. I imagine most of them aren't here anymore. Oh, you were on the other night. Ah, Derby. Yes. Okay, great. Welcome back. Look, there's Derby. You can see it all the way from out here. Look, there. Time to add another one. Scott Elkington. Oh, those wonderful things I used to try and do things. Like, did I tell you the story the time I tried to... I was asked by the, whatever the name was, leader of the IGDA to work on the design, to run a session at GDC for the design special interest group. A friendly lot at the IGDA. They were so friendly. Within 3 minutes of me trying to do something, we had... I don't even need to say it. You know what happens. I had a look at the IGDA over Christmas. I was a bit bored over Christmas. Lockdown Christmas. Did you know that the IGDA doesn't have a special interest group for... Right, I'm going to just throw this out there. Maybe it's changed, but they didn't at the time. They certainly didn't at Christmas. Guess which discipline out of all the disciplines of making video games, which one does the IGDA not have a special interest group for? And it's an important discipline. Which one does the IGDA not have a special interest group for? Answers on a postcard, please, to P.O. Box 73, Teddington Lock, Middlesex. I don't know if the post box is the correct one, but Teddington Lock, Middlesex is part of the address from a TV programme. What was it called? Oh, I don't remember the name now. The name escapes me. It was very famous. It was a talent show. It was Opportunity Knocks. I thought it's a brilliant title for a programme, because Opportunity Knocks, as in opportunities knocking, but it also has the meaning of opportunity knocks, as in it knock you down, so you can't get up again. Can't remember who the presenter was. Can't remember his name. Green, maybe. Something. But people would send votes in on a postcard. And they would always give the address. And I remember Teddington Lock, Middlesex. Don't know if Middlesex even exists anymore, frankly. Strange hearing your name on a YouTube stream by Game Cody, your favourite. Well, you're more than welcome, and we didn't have any idea at the time how things would turn out, did we? We didn't know. Now everybody can have their own TV channel. It's amazing. Everybody has that. Everyone's a star. One thing that happens as I get older is I get grumpier. That I'm sure. Everything else is uncertain. Yes, Mike, you're absolutely right. It is engineering. They do not have a special interest group for engineering. It's so typical. Basically, the industry sometimes feels like it's got two basic spheres. One of them is engineering, and then there's everything else. It's a bit of a disease in the industry. And it's sort of like summed up right there. It's like, you know, it's just, they don't even have one for engineering. That's hilarious. You know, that would be like I don't know, an organisation for choreography that doesn't have a special interest group for dancing, you know. Oh dear, what's the world coming to? You couldn't make this up. You really couldn't. I have a responsibility to my past, and it's your story. You can control. I can control the horizontal and the vertical. But can I control the narrative? I'm not sure about that. Don't talk to me about controlling the narrative. The narrative controls itself, or it does its own thing or something. Control the narrative. My word, really? I don't think so. I don't know where that went. I had a file at some point. That would have been cute to put that on right now. Do not adjust your set. I control the horizontal and the vertical, but not the narrative. Oh dear. Hey Scott, can I call you great? Oh dear. Sorry. You must that must be about as old a joke for you as dinosaur jokes are for me. My programming is getting slower and slower. Why? Why is it? Why am I feeling this resistance? I don't know what's you doing, Tino? What did you type that for? Come on, get your act together. There we go. Let's have a string stream, and then the problem is the C++. I've done too many years of of C sharp. So I can't remember the for each, equivalent of for each. The syntax for it just doesn't stick. Just doesn't stick with me. But then, to be fair, you know, the there it is. To be fair, some of these language features have only been introduced since I started programming in C++, C sharp, sort of 10 years, 11 years ago. Oh, that's really annoying. Don't you hate it when you think you copied something and you didn't? Sometimes I want to just redesign everything. Redesign computers. Computer user interfaces. So what I need to do is do expression, get expression, which, remember the syntax, it's simply, there's this auto thing. It's like, how does the auto work with this move or swap thing? And it's just such an it's become such an ugly language. Well, no, and that's a stupid thing to say. It always was an ugly language. It's become a hideous language. X. And for each one of these, I can then do SS thing X. I need to add dots. We'll put the dot, but not on the first one. I hate this code. I think that's part of why I'm slowing down. To be honest, I'm slowing down because the code really needs refactoring and it's becoming a real pain to work with. I hate this code. But on the positive side, I'm having a fairly good success rate in getting things achieved without breaking things. So maybe I'm just going slow. If I is greater than 0, then we put a dot. I hate that. Just hate. That's horrible. But anyway, that should hopefully then create the thing. That's all I needed. And then hopefully then in here I can just do SS plus whatever the flipping conversion is, which of course I put the dot in here, so you'd expect that autocomplete thing. Oh, it's decided to grace me with its presence. Alright, how compile program. How next error. Oh, what have I done? Right, yeah, I've done that. Dot name. Name is not a member of expression item. Oh, it's text. Right. Alright, and now what? Oh, of course, because it takes an expression item, because it's so lame. Lame code. Expression item E dot op equal operator it's an identifier E dot text equals ss dot str pushy. Actually, I think I can probably do. I need to look at the constructors. I can construct it in many ways. One moment. Yeah, string. String with an integer. We need a string. How do I do a string? Operation identifier. Where is it? Do I have a quick one for doing identifier? No, I don't. So I have to do it. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Oh, wait a minute. No, that can use an operator followed by a string, because I had to do it that way. Otherwise, there'd be an ambiguity. The operator followed by ss.str dunk dunk. How compile program? How next error? What don't you like about this? Cannot convert argument 1 from operator to const char star. Really? What kind of nonsense is that? I have one that is an operator. Oh, because it's not a Yes, okay. Let's just make this even more ugly, shall we? C string. It is compiled. Dino's denomation. Denomation. I think Scott has gone. I think my great Scott joke was too much. At least that's my fear. It's not crashing. So that's good. Let's see then how the constructed tick evaluate at begin current template rules there. How run program. Right. Let me check. Look at the watches. Oh, you fool! You fool! Oh, well, it worked, but the thing is in reverse. X.pos.item. And it needed to be the other way round. Oh, tedious. How do I reverse it if I used a for loop? I should never have used a for loop. I was conned by it. Yeah, I just make this even more ugly than it already is. I tell you what. Let's have a look for... I seem to remember there was a way of reversing one. I used it somewhere. Of course I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. The Stack Overflow has many, many answers to this one. There it is. Oh, right, now I remember. That's actually quite simple, isn't it? But there is a trick. Simple. If I hit F12 on this, you see, I needed to actually make it. So this was off Stack Overflow. But now it means that I actually have that, so I can actually reverse, which, I mean, you know, is a bit not a great way of doing it, but it's the easiest way to modify this code. Which is going to get refactored anyway. Why does the escape not work? It's wonderful. You can't click the X. So you can always make things go away with the escape key, except when you can't. How run program? And we're back here again. Now we're going to check to see if I go and open this up. We go into watches. It's blank. Not so much for that idea. Yes, you can put reverse in there. Except it won't work. I ended up... So obviously this reverse sort of works most of the time, but then sometimes doesn't work. Probably some reason, the data type I'm using. Oh, Scott's still here. Hello, Scott. Used to watch Dino's kickoff stream a few years ago. Saw him in... Ah! Yeah, it's good. It seems that a few of the old guard are finding me again. How strange that is. Do you remember the KOR years? The KOR streams? Oh. Those were the days, weren't they? Oh yes, the launch day. We all remember the launch day, don't we? Do you remember the launch day? Hello, yeah, you did. What did you think of the launch day? Exactly. Exactly. Because the game already had bad reviews even before it was launched. Which it was amazing. That's an amazing job. That's amazing journalistic job. That was astonishing. Bad review even before. laughing, but inside I'm crying. But you know, there's still some people coming back and saying hi, and that's cool. But I mean, it did do a good thing, though, to kick off Revival. As much as it was a painful experience, it did help me get back into the industry from education. Everything is for a reason. That's flipping weird. The chords I just played just then, they were all
Hello Dino.
Yeah, they were all Hello Dino, but they were somehow connected. I must have had my hands in the same position. If you put a shape in and then don't change the shape of your hands, but move your hands around. I've got this pillar in the way here. The stupid thing is I can just play anything on the piano, and I've got to the point now where whatever I do, it doesn't matter what I do, how stupid it is, I'm just going internally, I'm going, oh, that's an interesting chord. Oh, I don't think I can play. It's not because I know how to play the piano, it's because my ears have become so accustomed to any crazy shit that... You hear that one? That one is like... That one is like... Oh, I have just received a piece of disturbing and sad news that means I need to cancel all my plans for the next week. That's like, it's funny. What about oh, that's a good one. So that one is that one is also a sudden, unexpected turn of events that at one and the same time was was embarrassing, yet also a little bit funny. I like this game. Let's try other random set of notes. Name that chord. Yeah, that's a good. There's an idea for new sessions for streaming. People can send their chords to me, and I can name them. That one is. No, hang on. No. That one is something that was a confusing shock. Right. That one is an angry oh no. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, I hear it. It's better with me with a slight. Then you make. That's kind of like Oh. That's sort of like a. That one was like a. Something is about to happen. Something. Yeah, that's it. Something is about to happen. So, yeah, I should get back to the programming. It's all jazz. Wow. Yeah, these are all sounding the same now. Hang on, we have something. Oh, this is a good one. That one is a kind of you know what that is? I think I know what that is. That reminds me of something. It reminds me of humming, but I don't think I have humming in there. That's definitely a humming chord. That one is like a something to do with rain, like a raindrop falling on the petals of a flower. Anyway, what am I trying to do here? The reverse didn't work, did it? I mean, why I put reverse? You know what? I can just have to use the breakpoint in there. Let's have a look at what this did, because I mean that's just crazy. It just it just said no. Expos item there. It didn't execute this at all. Reversing it made it a zero length list. It really reminded you of what? It reminded me of this. Oh, yeah, you mean the dots at the end? It's like, oh, hang on. That's like, oh. I have a problem. I got this post in here. It's in the thing. I've got the pianos in front of me, but I can't really play it with it. How do I send a YouTube link? Oh, that's a good question. That's a very good question. I think I need to... You can do it now. I made you a moderator. It's quite easy to become a moderator. You know, making people moderators. It's great in moderation. Yeah, you knew that was going to come. You knew it. just knew I was going to say that, didn't you? So don't be angry with me. You should be angry with yourselves because you knew I was going to say it and you just hung around anyway. Why is this? You see, this is the kind of stuff I hate about C++. It's like you want to be spending your time figuring out why something that reverses an array doesn't in this case, but did in another case. It's just, I've just got no time for this. So what we'll do instead is we'll go and say that I is going to equal exp. We're going to do a for loop. No, I'm not going to put. Yeah, okay, we can do it that way. Exp. At the moment, writing this code, this unpleasant code to work with is slowing me right down. Size int I equal exp con size. I is going to be greater than or equal to 0. I is going to be right, except that's wrong because it needs to be I minus 1. I'm going to do that, and then I need to know if it's the first one. But the first one is not easy to do now because I need to check it against the exponent size. I don't want to do that every frame, so then I end up making a second variable. Oh man. I hate this. I'm going to do int len equal exp con size. That's one of the things I liked about C# is you did less of this kind of nonsense in general. Int len equal that. I'm going to go and do this the other way because I just really hated that. I equals 0. I is less than len I plus plus. Then this stays the same, and then I to SS here exp con. No, not the size. List size list len minus I minus 1 on this thing on the blah blah blah. No, get rid of that now. Let's get rid of that. This thing. Yeah, let's try this. Oh my heart. I'm dying inside with this horrible code of mine. How run program. How next error. What don't you like? Yes, because I forgot that then I'm going through the list of the expression and then I need to convert it to text. How run program. How run program. So we're here, so boom, 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 boom. What did we get? SS pos.x. What was the list? has 3 entries. I've lost an entry. It should be... Why didn't it work? I lost an entry. What have I done wrong? For goodness sake, minus I. I start something. That's thing. Why did it only run twice? Oh, because I've got a line 2311. Still has the -1 from the previous way of doing it. How wrong program. Right. I was wondering why it was only 2 times. It should be 3. There we go. S. Thing. Item.pos.x. Ta-da! I have to do the substitution. Oh, that's a problem. There was an @ symbol. What happened to that? If we look at the parsing, here it's @ items. This @ has disappeared. I have to find out why. What have we got here? Reminded me of what it oh, oops, something went wrong. Something went wrong. It really did. Something went wrong. It's such a wonderful error. Let's have a look. Is something going to go? Oops. Something went wrong again. What's interesting is that you gave me a link. Copy link address. No, it's a normal link, except when I copy and paste it, it added studio. That's really confusing. Why did it do that? Yeah, that definitely was an angry shout by someone who hasn't had their coffee yet in the morning. The doors of perception. Let's open them. We are here. We are gathered here today to open the doors of perception. And close the doors of deception. Perception, deception, inception, exception. Visit W at thing. Okay, I need to know where did the @ symbol go? Where did the @ symbol go? This is what we need to know, because it's there and it disappeared. I need to understand reference. Watch expression dereferenced identifier. This could take me a little while to debug. Let's try. Back off. Here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Item. It's a dereferenced identifier. Now the question about this is that the what in the template, the what in the template of the thing to reference. When I build it up, it's losing that it's a reference, so I don't know to dereference it. It's 1:22 in the morning. Let's see if this gets called anywhere else. Oh, it got called here. What is it now? Item. Yeah, so it's fine. That point that it got called. This is visited. Watch expression when a reference. So but you see, it adds a reference. That's what that says. It says add reference. So let's go to the definition. Add reference. It pushes a reference to the list. Oh, right. All right. Freezing coal in SNLQ soul. All right. Now what I was doing was turning it into I'm just going through my mind at the moment about how I've implemented references. If I make constraint that a reference can only be, and that makes sense, it can only be in the root position. Therefore, as it happens, if I say at blah blah dot whatever blah blah blah, I can concatenate it all and call it a reference. So with the current way that I've constructed this, which would need to be looked at, I think I can get around the construction of this quite simply. I need to go and look at the point where I did this code here. Basically, when I'm going through the list, I need to check to see what the type was of the first on the list. That is the type I need to use, so it becomes operator. And this is a possible way of doing this. Operator equal whatever, equal operator none, else. Well, in here, on the first time through, op equal op, like that. Ugly, but I'll live with it. So what we do is it's going to get the first one of the chain. If that is whatever that operator is, it retains it. By retaining it, it will retain the fact that, you know, I feed it into here. So basically, if it's a reference, it will remain a reference. And that's what was happening, is it was stripping the reference off, which is why I didn't get any errors. I'm expecting an error now. I'm going to validate this, stepping through it first. Come on. Do I appreciate all music? I appreciate all music, yes. But I have a certain definition of what music is. So it's not to do with style of music, it's to do with it being actually music. So I'm a bit fussy in my definition of music. Because for me, it's got a, you know, it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. It's got to... Music is not... I'm trying to actually have more music in it than I wanted. Even that did.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal. Now there was a series of notes. Same note. What was not music? That's music. It's like the difference between talking and communication. You have to have something to say. Any music that says something, I like. Music that doesn't say anything, I don't like. Music that says something but says the same thing that has been said a billion times before, whoa, I don't like. Because why would one want to listen to the same thing over and over again? Whoa, you know. So these days, I mean, sometimes you've got styles of music that are really not, supposedly not my cup of tea, but then I go, oh no, that was really cool. The difference is always tricky. It's that thing of technique versus musicality.
Best Google software out there. I still have yet to see anything else that competes with it. Hi, I'm Robert Estrin. This is livingpianos.com. The question today is, which is more important, technique or musicality?
I can answer that. I can answer that very well. I think it's like musicality, because we're playing music. I'm not going to play this video because I'm going to be playing someone else's video, but yeah, musicality is more important because technique is there to serve musicality. You can be impressed at somebody's technique, but that's not really so much to do with music, though. That's not music. It's technique. It's like saying, what's more important, gameplay or graphics for a video game? But that's actually not quite, because it is a video game. So it's kind of both are in there, aren't they? In the name. It's a video game. You could argue that the video part is more important than the game part, if you just look at the word. What am I doing? I'm just procrastinating some more. Hang on. All right. Here we are. What is the operator? Let's just go through it. Boo, be-doo, be-doo, be-doo. Be-doo, 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 do, 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 do. Op is reference to. So that seemed to work. I'm expecting a crash, an assert. I'm expecting an assert at some point. I've got all these breakpoints. I'm expecting an assert at some point. Ah, yes. Oh. I have an assert. This is progress. So if I look here, let's put a breakpoint here. How? Run program. I'm edging ever so slowly towards this. But sometimes programming isn't really a pleasure. It isn't a pleasure when things are messy. So the next phase of this project, if I get this to work, is going to be a complete refactor. Not doing engineering is progress. Why is... I don't get the joke. I'm afraid. Sorry. Not doing engineering is this. I think we need a break. Where's my things? Da 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 da. I was in a funny mood today. I think I was suffering from cabin fever. I definitely Nothing's up. We could look for videos to put up. Should we do that? I'm going to have a... because I'm starting to go through all my files. What's this one? Oh, right. Haha. Yes, I see the joke. Yeah. Now, where am I trying to put all of the video? See, that's... I can't remember now already. Ah. Wanting for nothing more. Lottery. My child. Where did I put humming? Oh, it might be on drive. I know where. It's probably on drive D. Video finals. Humming. What's the date on this? So that's the problem, is that it's a huge mess of where everything is. Kind of losing track. So my last single was Humming, and I'm going to put that on. I think now I've actually located it with the new thing. Humming. Ah. Amen.
When things don't work out, there ain't no need to shout. Just keep on humming, humming. when you're feeling small. Here the universe is cold. When there's trouble coming, just keep on humming. We're humming. We're humming. We're humming.
Right, so where was I? And we get this error, cannot be dereferenced. Alright, well, when I'm converting this thing, it's not here. Where was it? In here, I need to if any of the watches I also need to go through the expression through the action as well, but let's start with the watches. And so for this I need to do a 4. I need to... I'm going to have to make a copy of it. And then, before I do this, let's just make sure this works. If I do that and then I pass this list in, I need to make sure that that doesn't break anything. I can probably verify that reasonably well by just putting that like so. Comment out that line. Right, okay, vector, undeclared. Yeah, it's not crashing, it's working, so that's good. And now let's put in the thing where I'm going to change that by going through each element of the list. If x.op equals operator reference to, take out that HAL restart program. HAL restart program. Okay, so that's fine. So when I get the reference to that occurs on the list of expressions, I should probably have kept that in. Check the data that I've got in X here. What have we got? Item pos X. So I have a full path specified, but it's specified as a reference, which means that the item part needs to be substituted, which means that now I'm doing flipping string manipulation, and these, I hate that. But that's the way. Each watch is an expression item, and it'll get me by for now. But what I have to do is dereference the first one in the list. So C++, we're going to do a I need to split string because I can never I haven't what? Oh yeah. Oh gosh, there isn't a C++. Yeah, they never. You've got that in C. I think I have a thing I was doing with this already somewhere. This makes things slow. Did I have a utils? I think I did. Did I put it? No, it's not in there. Utils.h. No. Maybe I don't have one. Split a string. Maybe I didn't have a need for one. I can't remember whether I had one or not. It might have been. No, it was probably for work. It was at work for work. I've done that. I don't think I've done that in my code base here. So, a lot of fun. Let's have a look how we split. Split string on array C++. By using the string stream. Oh, right. How does it split it on a space? How does it know that it's a... I'm not using a space. How do you tell? How does it know? There are many possibilities. Is it possible to split a string by delimiter in C++ with elegance? Why is it so difficult? It isn't difficult. Well, I'm sitting here spending ages trying to find the right way to do it elegantly. You see, it's like elegance. It's impossible with elegance. A couple. Yeah. Oh, regex library. Oh, so unreadable. sregex total it's a bring blah, blah. It just gives me a headache looking at it. No. Oh, hang on. There. That's can't copy it. Great. I see an example how to do this. Static. Void. Split. String. S. Standard vector string list reference string stream SSS. Let's call it str. While get line SS Wait, get line. I have no idea where that is. Anyway, token is that it must be a reference. Push back. That should be it. So this should split on the string on the thing. I can make it general purpose by having a char. Standard vector of string path split x dot text There's an ampersand missing there, surely. Oh, maybe not. Oh yeah, so Split text path. Like so, and we can split that up, and that's it, and then I end up with it split up. Alright, then let's put a breakpoint here and test that. Undeclared identifier. What is the undeclared identifier? String. Okay. Oh dear me. And it jumps out of scope, and then I can't check it. Oh, jeez. Int a equals 0, breakpoint on here, like this, go. Path. It worked. Okay. The path, it did split it. So, right, having split it, the first item needs to be dereferenced. Now I need to look, to do that I need to look at which variable exists in the global scope. Oh, hang on. I need to know what item is in this scope. That's an interesting question, isn't it? I need to do the dereferencing. I need to look at the state of the current thing, identifiers. I have something called an item. What is it? ID 1. If I look in the state, then if the index was 1, if I got that right, oh, hang on. Okay, if we go into make cube, I need to go into here, into the store. There's a cube. Oh dear God. State. Make cube. States. Make cube context. and this is being done inside a function that should have a variable that is the argument. It should be in the store. Maybe it's in store 2. It's really annoying. States, make cube, second, store, only has one item in it. It has one item in it. How can it only have one item in it when I should have this? The parameter that was passed in. Let me look at the dereference code. Get store left. Dee 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 dee. Execute with tick. Item E operator identifier path 0, first element in the list. This is the one I'm going to dereference. Expression item is going to be now, let's just call it D. Right, so I've got it, and then Take care, Garcia. Have a good night or day. Thanks for tuning in. Hal Nextera. So it really doesn't like this. What's wrong with it? Text is not a member of. Well, oh yeah, it doesn't. It's just a string at this point. Hal compile program. Hal Nextera. How does it not like now? Cannot convert argument 1 from operator to const char. What? Ah, yeah. More ugliness. Hal compile program. Hal run program. What have we got in the E? An item. I'm trying to dereference the item. It really did not like that. Identify. It threw that assert. Oh yeah, there it is. Identifier keys must have valid contexts. Oh, you're very right. Well, we shall see. We shall see. It doesn't have a context. Ah, it's part of data. It was set to null. Global context. Okay. Hal run program. Hal run program. Cannot convert from const char. Let me just see how this was set elsewhere. Let's try that. How restart program. I do have a thing for that. Hal restart program. Okay, right, let's try again. Well, it didn't crash this time. What did I get? Nothing. The store doesn't have... Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not in the global context. In this case, I'm getting this from the local context. Right, so in fact, what I need to do is to get the current context. Oh boy, current context. Wow. How restart program? Oh, how next error? What was wrong with that? How restart program? Undeclared right state. How restart program? How run program? Cannot convert from std string to void. Star. Aha. Current context. State. How restart program? To here. I'm going to run that, and hopefully I've got the damn cube. Yes. I shouldn't have been that hard, but the code's a mess. So what I have is it's got the cube, right? So it's successfully dereferenced and turned item into cube. Now I need to reconstruct the path. Oh, this is ugly. But I'm so close to getting something run. 4 auto and for some reason Y. Path. Right, yes. And what I need to do is to write that back into the first element path, and it equals D text. You see, then having got that, I now need to reconstruct a thing which I can do with a standard string stream for auto at Y path SS. So that should then reconstruct the path into the string again. And then I need to because when I push back the list, then which list was it? It was this list. The element of the list X dot text X dot text equals string stream how compile program how next error. Right, let's try lowercase a on auto. How compile program. How next error. Where's the cursor gone? How compile program. Right, compiled. So that should do the dereferencing. I'll run program. It should have changed this list from what it was to what it should be. Oh, and it worked, except I'm missing the dots. Oh, right, because I didn't do the iPlug. One little mistake there, but it did it. Hell, restart program. Hal, restart program. Don't make me ask 3 times. Oh, you are. Hal, restart program. Inspect the list. The list now contains cube pos X, cube pos Y, cube pos Z. It's successfully dereferenced. So what it's done is in this line here, this is a really complicated line. I mean, just implementing this has been going on for 2, 3 or 4 perhaps streams. I don't know. Mind you, I say really long time. You know, streams. I mean, each stream is only a few hours, so. But add on, begin, on, change. At item pos X, item pos Y, and pos Z. It basically says if anything changes in the position, then call the update function on the thing item, which I'm dereferencing because it got passed in. So this cube should be substituted for item here. And the bit that I was just doing was it going through the watches, which are the triggers, if you will, and then here's the action. And it looks like it successfully arrived at this point where it converted them over to that, which is fine. Then I have to do a simpler thing with the actions. This I think is less troublesome. because the actions are just in an expression. You see, where I went wrong is I had watches used to be full expressions, and then I went and said that doesn't make sense. I'm just going to watch variables. And then I forgot about the fact that we have to dereference variables. So you see, if it was just a variable, then there would be no expression. So I wouldn't need expressions, I can just use variables. What I forgot was the dereference, which is an expression. So I kind of hacked it in. I still have to figure out how I want the watches to work. So the watches are basically a list of variables instead of an expression. The action is an expression, but the expression has a comma separator, so you can have multiple expressions in an expression. So in this case I can just do it properly, and it just will go through and look for any expression which is a dereference, and then it would need to, well, I'd say it's not totally trivial. I need to remap the expression, so I guess it's going to go through it, and when it sees dereference, which has the dereference operator and the, oh, maybe not. I don't know if it has the dereference operator anymore. If it doesn't have the operator anymore, oh, it won't, will it? I don't know. We're about to find out. I have to look at get current actions put. If I look at the actions, this is what's in there. Update position. There's a function call with an item and a dereference. There we go. So yeah, looking at it, it is actually two expression items, which are like atoms, I suppose. There's the dereference operator and there's the item. So what should happen is that I will need to perform the dereference, which means the item and the dereference needs to just become, or rather the identifier and the dereference operator needs to just become an identifier, and then I need to remove the dereference. As I could have a null, I could have a NOP, no operation, but then I wouldn't have to. But I will do it. I'll do it by a copy. The process of remapping that is going to be the process of remapping that is going to be to start at the beginning and go no, I have to go backwards. Start at the end and work backwards. No, start at the beginning and go on forward until I find a dereference operator. I then dereference the item before it and then skip. So it should be Not too difficult. Refer 2:30 in the morning. I can't even spell dereference anymore. I think I'm tired. So dereference action. This is what I will do next time. And we'll do error nexy time. Next. Oh, I can't type. I'm obviously tired. Yes. Next time. There we go. Yes. Stop debugging. Ah. Wow. If I look on here, what I don't see is I don't see the God and the River video. Ah. I imagine it's one of these two. Few details. Now I'm going to have to transcode it because there are problems with the thing. If the file is too big, it doesn't like it. So convert save. We're going to add drive D, video finals, this one, I think I clicked the wrong one. It's just this user interface from hell. Convert save. Yeah, I got that. Convert. Browse. Video. Save. Start. It's doing it. Right. So I think tomorrow I'm going to work on the System 1. Oh, maybe I'll work on this for, I don't know, this is so close. I've had enough of it tonight. How's the banner doing? That banner code doesn't work properly. This is weird. Why did that banner code not work properly anymore? Well, you can. Do wait for banner off. Oh, the banner's still running. Wait for banner off. You see, the banner off should return when the banner has disappeared. Some weird, crazy stuff going on there. I think this version of Sigwin is a bit buggy, actually. Alright, well, I can look at that another time. Oh, not this problem. I end up having to kill... It's just incredible how buggy these things get. Right, so, meanwhile... God and the River, available from all good whatevers. Have a good night, everybody. Well, I suspect I'm here all by myself. I don't know. What does it matter? I'd be doing the same thing either way.
In the beginning was the Word. And the Word was walking along and right by the stream searching. I felt like a 2-year-old urchin. Was thinking about the sun somewhere behind the clouds. And the trees, they all agreed with that chattering sound. I went for the stars, but I could not see any, nor the sky above, nor eternity. There were no words to spoil or taint the scene. No black, no white, no grey, nothing to be. So tell me, did he really know what he was making? And does he already know the ending? His own, did he learn to let go? Let it carry him down to where he needed to go. Was there anyone looking after the place where he would be? Thereafter I want to know about God and the river. Makes no sense, there can be no pretense. If you look at us, we're all like little children playing in the playground, but not so nicely. If God is our parent, then where the hell is he or she? Tell me, did she really know what she was making? And does she already know the ending? Now, really, does she? Does she really know what she was making? And does she already know how this is ending? Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river.
Break your part down bit by bit. Yeah, drop something else out. Nice. And then up majorly. You see, that forces us now to fade it out by then.